Okay, good morning, everyone. I'll call this meeting to order. Today, our invocation will be given by Associate Pastor Jeremy Haynes from Rock City Church. Welcome.
Father God, we humbly come before you today. Lord, we ask that you give us wisdom, mercy, Lord, that you put trust in our hearts to do the job that you've called us to do. Lord, I pray for the fallen service members that were honored here today. Lord, for each one of the council members, the mayor, the full governing body of this city. Lord, we just pray a blessing over them and that your peace would fall in this room, Lord, as important decisions are made, as lives are changed, Father, that you would be in the midst of it all. And Lord, we thank you that this is a city of generations, Lord, that as the young people of this city grow up and as they get prepared, Lord, that there is a future set before them that starts in this room, Lord. We just thank you so much. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flags of the United States and state flag will be given or led by Samuel Swift from Foy H. Moody High School. Welcome, Samuel.
Hello. If everybody can please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If everybody can please join me for the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you very much, Samuel. Okay. Ms. Huerta, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Here.
Mike Pusley. Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Section E, proclamations and commendations. I'd just like to announce that before the meeting started, we had the following proclamations read. One for Emergency Medical Services Week, for National Peace Officers Memorial Day and National Police Officers Week, Building Safety Month, and National Salvation Army Week. So thank you for that. Section F, Ms. Huerta, do we have public comment?
Yes, ma'am. You received, the council received a number of written public comments. You got those earlier and then a few this morning. We also have one call-in today.
Great.
Mayor and Council, our caller today is John Flores, who resides at 5884 Ware Road in Robstown, and he'll be discussing disabled lives should matter. Go ahead, Mr. Flores.
Yes, ma'am, or sir. My name is John C. Flores. I'm calling in reference to the people that have disabilities and the mental disabilities also. Considering that people living in poverty too, it's a disability in itself. Just like me, I'm living on a fixed income, and I'm not able to work. And not only that, I'm being price gouged by many vendors and medical suppliers and people in general. It costs $20,000 for a wheelchair. Not only that, $60,000 for a van. It's just crazy how we need these things to live and to be better ourselves and to help us. It's literally torture when you don't have these things. Another issue, because I only have a few minutes, I was told, is people living in jails. These people are, there's a lot of them that are mentally ill, and they're also being taken advantage of by the system. People are making money off of these people, and not only that, they are, not giving them parole opportunities because they need to pay paychecks and things like that. And that's not correct by our Constitution. None of these things in the Constitution delegate the authority to make people do these things to other people. That's the main topic on my aspect. I got a whole list of, hardship that I've been through. I've talked to the governor, tried to speak to the governor and our Congress about this, and it seems like nobody cares. And the reason why is because nobody goes through the situations that I go through, and many people have went through, because I spoke with many people on these situations. Situations like tort reform. They just take away our ways to go to court, and then we got to live like this the rest of our lives, I'm paraplegic on a fixed income, and I can't even get a wheelchair. So that makes me mentally ill now. So on behalf of that, that makes me in poverty now. So how would you think, somebody could actually not go crazy in their lifestyle being like that? And it's happening to a lot of the people in Corpus Christi, There's a lot of doctors, I'm not going to say all doctors, not a lot, I'm sorry. There's some doctors in Corpus Christi that aren't paying out their insurance. And with people like me that are just 1/3 of a person, we need these type of insurances. And, I made a pledge to myself that I'm going to be representing these people in front of the courthouse in my wheelchair, talking to the people about these things, educating everybody on what we go through. While people are ordering their plastic stuff off Amazon, we're over here, in pain, suffering without we got food because food is fine. But, with things we need, I got scoliosis because I haven't got a wheelchair for 5 years that I needed 6 years ago. It's just crazy how our insurance companies are taking advantage of people and not giving them the things that they need. Not only that, they're writing clauses. Is that it? Is that all my time?
Yes, sir, Mr. Flores, that's all your time today. Probably not today. Okay, Mayor, that concludes the public comment period. Just want to make a quick announcement. So as publicized last night, beginning at the June 8th council meeting, citizens will be allowed to make public comment in person, in addition to submitting written public comments and phone-in comments. And to maintain the safety of the public, staff, and city council, the following COVID-19 safety protocols will be in place at City Hall. Those will be the temperature checks that will be required when entering the building. Facial masks will be required and must be worn in the council chambers to include when making a public comment at the podium. And seating in the council chambers will be physically distanced at 6 feet between parties. And again, citizens will still be able to submit written public comments if they choose to, or phone-in comments. And those instructions are located on the city secretary's website, as well as in the front of the city secretary's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, great. So we will move on to Section G, City Manager's comments and update on city operations.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Zanoni?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. I have 3 things to present today. We're going to talk a little bit about something the council already acknowledged this morning, which is National Police Memorial Week. I do want to highlight one cultural event that takes place this Friday. And then we want to spend some time with you talking about the second quarter budget and finance report. Our second quarter is concluded, and we want to tell you the fiscal health of the city. It's doing good. And then given the recent rains and more rains on the way, we do have our program manager that's just going to give a quick update on vector control after that financial report. I know it's an issue on the island and Flower Bluff, and so just a quick update on the vector control for mosquitoes, what the operational plan is, okay? Okay, so first, let's spend a few minutes here recognizing one of our most important functions, which is our police services. And this week, we honor our law enforcement officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our community by recognizing them during this National Police Week. This year, the National Police Week is observed Sunday. It started this past Sunday, and it will go through Saturday, May 15th. This has a long tradition. In 1962, President Kennedy issued the first proclamation of Peace Officers Memorial Day and the National Police Week to remember and honor law enforcement officers for their service and sacrifices. Peace Officers Memorial Day is the 15th, May 15th every year, and it specifically honors law enforcement officials who were killed in the line of duty. And we do have two that we want to recognize, unfortunately, in this past year. So each year during National Police Week, our nation celebrates the contributions of law enforcement from around the country, recognizing their hard work, their dedication, loyalty, their commitment, and their keeping our community safe. And I do know we have some of our command staff with us here this morning, and we thank you all for being here. This year's COVID-19 pandemic has made their job even more challenging, and it highlights the law enforcement officers' courage and unwavering dedication to our communities that they've sworn to serve. So last year, the Corpus Christi Police Department and the Coastal Bend community saw the passing of Officer Alan D. McCullum and Senior Officer Charlie Williams while serving in the line of duty. And let's spend a few minutes talking about Officer McCullum. He passed away on January 31, 2020, after being struck by a vehicle while conducting a traffic stop in the evening. Officer McCullum served the Corpus Christi Police Department for 7 years and was a valued member of our Honor Guard, our SWAT team, and earned a Life Savings Award. Alan was a 21-year highly decorated veteran of the United States Army, and he was awarded numerous decorations while in the military, including medals, badges, citations, champion ribbons, and also was a recipient of the Bronze Star. In honor of Officer McCullum and at the request of his wife, Ms. McCullum, we're currently working with the CCPD leadership to have the new gym facility that'll be at the new training academy. We know that we're designing a brand new police training academy. One of the rooms or one feature of that academy will be a gym that the cadets use. And so we're looking to name that gym after Officer McCullum. We're also working with local developer Bart Brazelton to dedicate a street in the name of Officer McCullum in one of Brazelton's new subdivisions. And I personally, it didn't take Mr. Brazelton long to say yes. I'd be honored to do that when I pose that question to him. And I want to thank Councilman Molina for advocating really for both of those things and working with Ms. McCullum for those. And now let's recognize our second fallen officer, Senior Officer Charlie Williams. He passed away due to COVID complications on July 13th of 2020. He was a senior officer. He served in our department for 35 years. And I had a chance to meet him myself in one of our West Side community development plans. A well-recognized individual in the community, knew the community real well. He attained the rank of senior officer and served his community as a directive patrol officer. Both the names of McCullum and Williams will be added this year to local police officer memorials. There's 3, one local, state, and national. So locally at the Nueces County Courthouse, their names will be placed at that memorial. The Texas Peace Officers Memorial that's located in Austin will have their names honored there. And then the National Police Officer Memorial that's located in Washington, D.C. So I believe I speak for everybody that's here today, especially the mayor and council, when we say that we're grateful for Officer McCullum's service and Officer Williams and for their extraordinary dedication and sacrifices that they gave for our community. We want to take just a moment to recognize them, either with silence or with just taking a quick second really to think about them and to recognize them. Okay, so with that, I'm going to move to an upcoming cultural event that takes place. I know several of the community members may be tired from the activities that just happened with Buck Days, but this Friday we have an open-air arts event at Heritage Park that we want to highlight. It's this Friday evening, put on by the Corpus Christi Arts and Cultural Commission. It's called Open Air. It's an outdoor event, and it's from 6 to 9 p.m. under the oak trees in the courtyard at Heritage Park. So if you all have some energy left this Friday, you want to come on out there. The event will feature music by a string trio from the Corpus Christi Symphony Orchestra, and it'll feature interactive sculptures such as wearable wings from the fine arts students at Texas A&M Corpus Christi. KEDT classical music host Dee Dee Jones will be the evening's master of ceremonies. There'll be food trucks for drinks and snacks. And so come on out this Friday, 6 to 9, down at Heritage Plaza for some good cultural activities here in Corpus. Okay, now let's transition to an important element of what we do here in the city, and that is keep our finances in good order and keep the mayor and council apprised of our financial condition. You do have a report that we passed out to you. Now we're going to show it on the screen as well. And so this is our second quarter budget and finance report. I presented the first one about 3 months ago for the fiscal year. And so this one on the next slide covers the period of October 1 through March 31st, 2021. That's a 6-month span. As this next chart shows, if we look at that bottom total, the bottom blue total, our budget for the year with revenues is $264 million. What we anticipated to receive in the first 6 months of the fiscal year was $174 million. And what we actually received was $10 million more, or $184.5 million. So that's a real good report. Some of the notable items include sales tax. You can see the second row down. We're trending ahead of the forecast, 1.6 million better in sales tax. In fact, all the months except for February exceeded the budgeted amounts of what we thought we'd receive. And October and December were above the prior year actuals. So we're doing pretty decent in our sales tax. There's a big positive variance in our franchise fees and other taxes, and we recognize that in the first quarter. That's from a large payment from a customer that was annexed, an industrial customer that was annexed into the city and subsequently signed an industrial district agreement and made their first payment. And then you can see some negatives there, including our recreation revenue, and that's due to the COVID pandemic, where our after-school program, After Hour Kid Power, is receiving less revenue because less students are participating. There's also less expenditures. But overall, we're doing good at 10.3 better in revenues. On the next chart, our expenditures also are under budget, which is good. And so we're not overspending. We do, though, want to put the money into production. The community expects us to deliver the services that were budgeted. And the good news is that this year, our variance of underspending is 8.8%. Last year at this time it was 14%. So we're spending more. And another way of saying that, we're delivering more services to the community. And a good example of that is in our street spending. We're delivering more streets, almost double the amount of production this year compared to the first 6 months of last year. So that's a good report for the community. We do have many budget initiatives that were included in the budget, 11.3 million in total for 25 kind of new items that the community wanted. 22 of the 25 are on schedule, which is good. Every department has a schedule that they work with the budget office so that on October 1 we knew what the production would be when it comes to hiring or acquiring equipment or initiating contracts. Some of the initiatives include 5 additional sworn officers. They'll start class in July. Fire Academy with 25 cadets, that began in January, on schedule. Replacing EMS units, additional library assistants, and buying refuse and recycling trucks. Those are some of the initiatives that are moving along quite well. We do have several other funds, just to highlight real quick. In our water fund, you can see the budget and revenues is just under 141 million. We expected about 63 million through the second quarter, and we did better than that at 6.3 million more. That is not necessarily because of the extreme weather event where we had a lot of pipe breaks in our residential and commercial properties. We gave all customers a chance to use the January recording of water usage, knowing that they had lost some water due to pipe breakage. And so the positive variance is more from the extreme drought that we're in and more water that's utilized by the community. Our expenses are below budget as well, so $70 million is what we thought we would spend through the first 6 months, and we're at $58 million to date. In wastewater, a similar story, a little bit less of a positive variance in the revenues, but we're doing better than last year where we had an adjustment that had to be made, right? Today, our forecasting is on point. Our revenues are coming in as planned, and there's about an $11 million variance in the expenses. In our HUT revenues, this is our hotel occupancy tax. The annual budget on the revenues is $15.5 million. The second quarter, what we expected to receive through the second quarter of $5.6 million. And our actuals are just slightly below that, about $200,000 less. We do, though, expect to have one of, if not the busiest summer. And so we're confident that that will reverse. And by the time we do the third quarter report, we'll have a positive variance in our revenues. Development services is an important indicator of how we're doing in our economy and in our community, and our annual budgeted revenues for that department is $6.1 million. Through the second quarter, we anticipated to receive about $2.7 million, but actually we've received $3.5 million, which is about $800,000 better, and that is because of a 17% higher number of permits issued for the first 6 months this year when you look at it compared to last year. And then the financial report that will be provided to the council later this afternoon and made available online for the community also has a section for capital improvements. And just a couple of highlights there is that our 2020 bond program that the voters approved this past November, due to the new process that we used that we dubbed a mass selection, picking design consultants for every project, we expect that 75% of all the projects in that bond program will be under design by this July. And later on today in the City Council agenda, we have 3 projects that are just going under design from the 2018 bond program. And so we expect that this new process is going to put our projects on a faster trajectory to get designed and then to get constructed as well. The bond 2018 is about 66% in either design or under construction. And there's a few remaining projects that the report shows from some of the prior bond program projects. And those are expected to be pretty close to completion and we'll be wrapping up soon. So in summary, our general fund first and second quarter revenues are exceeding the budgeted amounts. We like that. That's a strong financial position for the city. Our budgeted expenditures are also below budget, and they're less than they were last year, which means we're putting more into production, and that's what we want, is we get the organization turned around, get vacancies filled, and implement new business processes. We can deliver services quicker to the community. Our water revenues and expenditures are in check, as well as our wastewater. And as I mentioned, our hotel occupancy tax is slightly below budget, but we know that the summer is going to be a very busy one, and that should be turned around to the positive. And then development services continues to remain strong with increased permitting activity. So as I mentioned, these 2 reports that you can see a picture of here, the second quarter budget finance report and that capital improvements project report, will be made available to the council. They're also placed online for transparent government. That's something we've done for many years, actually. We have a strong budget finance team. And then our next steps when it comes to updating council on our finances will be a third quarter report, and that'll cover the months from October through June. We're also, just as a side note, Eddie and his team, our budget director, have already begun developing with the departments the 2022 budget, and we'll have an update on that soon to the City Council. So that concludes the financial presentation. And just one final item, Mayor. We're going to have our Animal Care Services Program Manager, is Joel here? Just come up real quick because we've had a lot of social media inquiry. Yes. I've had several persons contact me as well. And we do know that there was some rain this morning, and we expect more this evening. The forecast has a 70% chance of rain later this evening and then through tomorrow as well, which is not good for mosquitoes. But Let's have Joel Skidmore just give a quick update on what we're doing with vector control so the community is aware.
Great.
Yeah, thank you, Joel.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, Council members. Thank you for allowing me to come up. I know this is a high concern for the citizens. I've been receiving numerous calls from the call center directly, also citizens calling in directly to my line. We are actually been pretty fortunate. We're well underway already into what is considered mosquito season. And I know last week we've already been proactive. We've had the traps out in the city. We have the traps out monitoring the areas that are the known breeding grounds for the mosquitoes. That way, once we can collect the samples, we work conjointly with Health Department and we send them up to DSHS, so that way we always ensure that public safety is a primary concern when it comes to any vector-borne illnesses. And also monitoring the levels in the traps gives us the idea where the need is for the spray. Obviously, we're all well aware that the breeding grounds is along the river. Flower Bluff is always concerned, the island, North Beach. It's more of the outlining of the city. So we have started last week and we're initiating the first spray tonight. It's going to be in Flower Bluff. We've worked conjointly with the city PIO. That information should be going up on the city website if it hasn't been out already. We also have the scheduled route for the rest of the week, if you give me a minute, excuse me, on Wednesday, so everybody's aware, which is the 12th. We'll be spraying the island, which is routes 30, 31, and 32. Thursday, we'll be spraying what is considered the north side, which is routes 26 and 25. And Friday, we'll be concluding again on the north side since it is a large route, and that's routes 21, 23. We reassess and always make sure that we're monitoring the traps. I have meetings weekly and, daily with the vector control officers, and we again go where the need is. We know the citizens are being impacted, and we're taking proactive steps to ensure that we bring some relief.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Mr. Skidmore, could you explain, because I wasn't even aware of this, and I think it's very important for the public to know, you abide by, I guess you just mentioned DSHS guidelines in terms of the wind and the, what do you call them? The mosquito traps. Yeah, but could you explain that so people understand that it isn't because you don't want to spray, it is because you can't in some cases?
Thank you, Mayor. That's a very good question. And it's always about making sure that we educate the public. You know, again, we know there's a need right now. I'm feeling it at my personal home. So we know it's across the city-wide. When it comes to spraying, we're regulated by the Texas Department of License and Regulations. They are the overseas site for the vector control license that we have at ACS through one of our vector control officers. And we actually are not allowed per the TDLR to spray in excess winds of 15 miles per hour over. So that's always a concern because we are a coastline city. And weather permitting, the rain is always affects the way that we're able to disperse the adulticide if we're spraying for adult mosquitoes. So weather permitting, wind permitting, we always will be clear and give out the information well in advance as much as we can so the citizens know when the vector control officers will be in their area or when they can expect them to come to their neighborhood and do the adult side spraying.
Great, great, great. Thank you very much. I think we have a comment. Councilman Pusley?
Yes. Where is that information available at? Is it on the city's website or working? So if they want to, if citizens want to see a map of where vector control is going to be spraying for any given day, can they find that on the city website or where's it located?
Yes, Councilman, they can find that on the city website. Again, it's developed, with ACS, working with the PIO. We give them that information. They do a good job about also putting it out on the city's Facebook page. So if you follow the Facebook page, they'll put that out so the citizens can see where the spray is. And we keep the website updated with the weekly spraying or the daily spraying, just depending on the weather. But we want to make sure the citizens know that there is a major concern right now, and we're going to make sure that we get relief to the citizens.
Do you set traps in the area along the Nueces River, between the Nueces River and say the Castle River subdivision? That's always been a very prolific place for mosquito breeding.
Yes, sir, it is. And again, the river area is one of the primary breeding spots for the mosquitoes. So we do have traps out in that area. Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Councilman, can I just add to that? So, Joe, is it under the animal care? What's the animal care website address?
It's, you can actually find our link off the main city
Off
webpage
the
under
okay.
departments.
So go to
You just
cctexas.com.
Yes, sir.
And then look for animal care, the button.
Yes, sir.
If the AV control can just go to the next slide. There you go. So this is the map that people are familiar with. If you get this on social media, this is what's on the website.
Yes, sir.
So it shows all the districts. So just as a reminder or kind of a repeat, 27, 28, 29, which you can see the Flower Bluff area, is tonight. Now, if it rains, are you doing it tonight, or are you going to miss a day?
If it rains tonight, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to
Okay,
spray.
so, right. Okay, so all these dates will move a day. And then Wednesday is 31, 30, 32, the island.
Yes, sir.
Right. And then 25, 26 is going to be Thursday, which is kind of right there on the south side. And then 21 and 23, the deep south side, is Friday. So there's a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday plan, but with heavy rains potentially tonight, you'll just slide everything back one day.
We do, sir. So
Okay.
just so the citizens know, we're not going to skip your area if it does rain. We are still going to make sure we hit the route.
Right. And you keep that schedule on your website, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Great. Councilman Smith?
Thank you, Joel. You mentioned the state has requirement on the wind. Do they also have a requirement on the traps, or is that set internally?
Off the top of my head, Councilman, I don't know the answer. I can find out for you, sir.
Okay.
You know, I rely heavily with the vector control officers. They are the subject matter experts. They have the traps out in the area that they know is the breeding population grounds, and that way we get a good, effective idea of how the population increased. I mean, everybody saw it. It increased dramatically over the weekend, and that way we know that we need to get the spraying up and running. Like I said, we've been proactive about it. Just because you haven't seen vector control out, we've been monitoring the population, and now we realize that there's definite need to start the spraying.
Okay, I appreciate it, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Skidmore, and we'll keep an eye on the website and put that out on social media. I guess we will as well, right, the city?
Right, yes, we do.
Okay, good. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Zanoni?
Sorry, that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, sure thing. Thank you for that report. Let's see, we'll move on to Section H, Board and Committee Appointments. Ms. Huerta?
Yes, ma'am. The first board is the Animal Care Advisory Committee. There are 3 vacancies in the following preferred but not required categories: 1, local animal welfare organization, and 2 at large. So to begin, let's start with the local animal welfare organization category. So it would be in order, nominations would be in order.
Madam
Oh,
Secretary?
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
sorry. I failed to mention at the beginning of the meeting, but we do want to pull, staff wants to pull the Animal Care Advisory Committee.
Oh, pull the committee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to, we just want to pull it from this meeting. We're going to put it on a subsequent one.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
no problem. So we'll skip to the next board, which is the Coastal Bend Council of Governments. So there are 9 vacancies on this board, and staff is recommending postponement of the 5 non-elected positions today. Those are typically held by staff. So today we would look at the elected officials. And council members Molina and Hunter are eligible and seeking reappointment, and Councilmember Smith is not seeking reappointment at this time. So we could, what would be in order would be a motion to reappoint those council members, Mayor, council members Molina and Hunter.
Motion to reappoint council members Molina and Hunter.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
So that leaves us with 2 remaining positions, and those would be filled by council members. So nominations would be in order here, Mayor.
Okay. Do we have any nominations, Councilman?
Nominate Roland Barrera.
Well, if Roland's going to be on there, I'll nominate myself, just to put a check and balance on
I
it.
don't know if we can do that,
Gil
Councilman.
Hernandez, too, then.
Can we nominate ourselves?
I'll nominate Gil Hernandez.
There we go. It looks better. Gil, just looks better. I'm joking. Okay. So I'm sorry, Ms. Huerta, we're filling.
We're filling
Councilmembers-
2 slots, yes, and these are for elected officials. They're for the Coastal Bend Council of Governments.
So we're filling 2.
Yes, ma'am. So there's 2 nominations. And
Okay.
if there are no other nominations, we can close them unless there's somebody else is interested. Okay.
Okay, so we'll close nominations and,
Entertain a motion
Entertain a motion
to
to-
appoint those members.
So move.
okay. Great. Any, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion passes.
Okay, so then next we have the Corpus Christi Convention and Visitors Bureau. There's one vacancy representing the category of community at large, and the CVB is recommending Ramon Pineda or Lance Hancock for your consideration.
I will go ahead and nominate Mr. Pineda.
Okay.
Any other nominations? Okay, we'll close nominations, and I'll entertain a motion.
Move to appoint Pineda.
Okay, great. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so the last board is the Sister City Committee. There's one vacancy.
Okay,
So at this time, nominations are in order, Mayor.
okay, great. Do we have any nominations?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Michael Crowley.
Michael Crowley. Yes, sir, Mr. Barrera?
Terry Whipple.
Okay, so two, Crowley and Whipple.
Any other nominations?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Scott Lawson.
Lawson, okay.
Okay, no other nominations. I'll close the nominations, and we can go and vote on.
Okay, so if we just go through regular order. All right, we would start with, I'm sorry, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, one seat, but we got three. We have three nominations, yes, sir. So actually, Councilmember Pesley, you would be first in the voting order, if you're prepared. Lawson, okay. Okay, Smith? Okay, Barrera? Mr. Barrera, are you there?
Whipple.
Oh, Whipple. Oh, that's right, yeah. That makes sense. Okay, Hernandez?
Lawson.
Hunter?
Whipple.
Lerma? Martinez?
Crowley.
Molina?
Crowley.
And Mayor Guajardo?
Whipple.
Whipple. Oh, my
wonderful.
gosh.
Again, oh, God.
Wow. Well, I
We're real good.
know.
We're getting too good at it.
That's too funny.
Okay,
So
flip a
we
coin.
can rethink it or postpone it.
Well, let's give everyone 30 seconds to rethink it. See if anyone has a change of heart. Literally.
Doesn't, so far, it doesn't sound like it.
How do we,
Well,
Mayor,
do you
I
want-
make a motion to table to next week.
Okay. I guess we'll take a little more time to think about it.
yeah. It's just like last time. Okay.
Well, at least we didn't do it on the CVB, so that's good.
Do we need a second on the table and a vote?
Oh, yes, that's true. Yes, ma'am.
Would anyone like to second? Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion passes, so we'll be back on that one. Okay. So we will move on to section J, consent items, numbers 2 through 20. Do we have any requests from council to pull any of the items 2 through 20?
Mayor, I'd like to pull item 11 just for one quick question.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 20.
11 and 20.
And Mayor, number 10.
Oh, okay, and 10. Any other ones? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve items 2 through 20 with the exceptions of items 10, 11, and 20.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion passes. So let's go to item number 10, which is a motion authorizing a 3-year service agreement with Great South Texas Corp., DBA, Computer Solutions of San Antonio, Texas. Mr. Collins.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council.
See, who
This-
pulled- or,
excuse me?
I'm sorry, who pulled 10?
No, go ahead.
Yes, this item is actually tied to our SCADA system, which monitors critical systems within the OSO plant itself, wastewater treatment. What we're doing is we're modernizing the entire system, and this component here gives us the ability for it to connect to our secure network and be able to be monitored from different locations in the city. But also, we're building out within the plant an internal fiber network that is needed in order to connect the sensors that monitor valves, pressure, performance of pumps. And SCADA actually stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. You hear the term SCADA quite a bit when it comes to wastewater plants, water, any kind of industries. This is a standard across the board. It's a monitoring system to where we can be proactive and ensure the plant is running as efficiently as possible. Any questions, council member?
Yes, Peter, thank you. I appreciate it. A lot of information here. And the reason I brought this out, and this, I'll probably be talking about this on some other agenda items, is the total cost associated with a certain project via a CIP type project. If you can, for future reference, make sure that we have a total of how much is spent on a particular project. Like for this particular one, it's under activity 18082A, and in terms of in terms of that overall project, just want a running total. Okay. Other than that, I think this is actually a great opportunity for us in terms of managing the process. So I wanted to commend you on that, and thanks for your involvement on that.
Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay, item number 11 is a motion authorizing a 3-year service agreement with the Personal Computer Store, Inc., DBA, Avanext of College Station, Texas, for audio and video upgrades to the city council chambers. Yes, sir.
Well, I have a presentation here. If you don't mind, I'll just go through it real quick. Will that work? So if you go to the next slide, please. So our current system speaks for itself. We hear the feedback. Some things are inaudible, the video side. So the current audio-visual system in the city council chambers, it's reached the end of life. Some of it's been around since the 80s. It causes degradation of the audio, also the video during the meetings. Sometimes we have a problem with streaming, sometimes we don't. But we've been able to keep it together, so we try to get the mission completed each time. This upgrade is part of the complete upgrade to the city council chambers. Next slide, please. We're going to be placing 2 large screen monitors behind you. They fit perfect. These are actually going to be removed because of the way the angle, like if you're sitting up in the front here, you got to tilt up. It's very difficult sometimes to watch a presentation and actually follow it. There'll be new microphones, new speakers, requests to speak. Also, all the video cables, all the internal workings as far as the electronics that are back in the control room, they're all going to be replaced. Next slide. And then the most important thing, we're redoing the 6th floor, as you all know. All that audio equipment will fully integrate to the equipment, this new equipment, in the control room here. So we can run the meetings for upstairs on the 6th floor from downstairs, we can run them here. So that was very important that we didn't waste our money, just do something different up there that couldn't work down here. Any questions?
Yeah, can I just add to that, Mayor? So the briefing memo speaks to this, but those enhancements are part of a kind of an upgrade to the city council chambers to include new seats for council members. Those things, I think I've heard, have been around since the 80s as well. So the 6th floor is a nice conference room that can be used for council committee meetings. The audit committee that meets most frequently is jammed into a very small conference room. We have media. It's almost not even, it's not even workable. So we're in the process of redoing that 6th floor conference room. And that'll be, it'll have multiple functions where the executive team meets, but the council can hold meetings there as well. Once that room is done, the plan is to move council temporarily upstairs to the 6th floor to conduct a few months worth of meetings while we upgrade the council chambers to include new audio, video, refresh in the painting, new seats, those types of things. So it's part of a larger plan. Today gets the work going on the audio, video. There's some lead time in purchasing the equipment and doing the installation analysis. So that's why it's on today's agenda.
Great. Do we, Councilman Pesley?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Peter, the reason I asked for this to be pulled is one of the things that I think works very well, and for someone who's hearing impaired, the speakers that we have in front of us to allow us to turn the volume up of whatever's going on in here is absolutely wonderful. And I just want to make sure that we're still going to have that. I tried to get our IT department at the county to put these in, and they finally got that done just after I left the Commissioner's Court. So I think this is wonderful, and it really helps. So I just want to make sure we're going to have that same capability when this is over with, because if it's not, then we have an issue here.
No, council member, actually, we took that in consideration. You'll be able to address the speaker in front of you, and you can set your own volume. But we took it one more step. You can use an earbud and actually hear it through that too, if you choose.
Yeah, I don't want to do that, but the
Okay.
speakers are wonderful.
You got the same capabilities. You'll be able to make it louder or make it lower.
Okay,
Right, each council member and the mayor will, each kind of station will, council member.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay,
Great.
I'll hold you to that.
That's okay. I've been held to many things.
Yeah, and we trust you.
Thank you.
This is very exciting. And Peter, thank you, because this is improving
You're right.
and moving us forward with the city itself. And this
Yeah.
is part of it.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Would you like to make a motion, sir? Councilman?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So item number 20 is a motion authorizing an agreement with United Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce Foundation for the acceptance of a commissioned mural to be placed at the Cole Park Amphitheater as the final project of Leadership Corpus Christi, Class 49. Hello.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Sarah Munoz, Interim Director of Parks and Recreation. We have a short presentation if you'd like to see it. Council. All right. So next slide, please. So a little bit of background on Leadership Corpus Christi. Leadership Corpus Christi was established in 1972 as a subsidy program of the Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce. The program has over 1,200 graduates that have a powerful impact on virtually every community, business, and organization throughout Corpus Christi. Next slide, please. The current LCC Class 49 has organized a class gift to donate a mural to the city of Corpus Christi to be placed at Cole Park Amphitheater on the western wall, as you can see in this picture right here. The group envisions this 20-foot by 10-foot mural to be the backdrop for many to enjoy at Cole Park. Next slide, please. LCC 49 commissioned local artist Kylie Justice to design the rendering you'll see on the next slide. and it is recommended by city staff. And here's the recommendation. I'll leave it here for a second so everybody has a chance to see it.
Beautiful.
Next slide, please. So in conclusion, staff recommends the approval of the design recommendation as presented by LCC 49, and City Council authorize the city manager to execute the memorandum of agreement as presented. I'd like to also acknowledge two members of LCC Class 49 with us today, Hannah Husby and Elvia Aguilar. I stand by for any questions.
Great. Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I wanted to pull this item because it's a good news item for the city of Corpus Christi. You know, I've spent a lot of time and effort at Cole Park Pier pushing that forward, and you know, adding this piece of public art that's donated to the city of Corpus Christi by Leadership Corpus Christi Class 49 is just going to enhance and beautify the area and be more of an attraction. You know, this is something that families will come over from all over the city to come take pictures. Our visitors will come in and take pictures, and it'll just help us spread the word of what a good thing we have here going on in Corpus Christi. So I wanted to bring that to the forefront, and I appreciate your support, and I'd like to make a motion to approve.
And if I will, I just want to thank you too, Sarah and Peter. I know I think this was in the works, and it brings a big, as you mentioned, Councilman Molina, it's an asset to the park, because nowadays, you know, everybody loves to take a cute picture wherever they go visit, and this is a huge, I mean, it's just beautiful. So we thank them. I think it's a mark that the leadership class is going to have forever, and in one of our largest, if not the largest, I guess, park. So this is fun. How long did you mention, how long will it be before they start to finish?
I believe the LCC class plans on getting it installed within the next week or so, and they'll have
And this is,
30 days. There you go.
and you're a member of the class, or you're
Yes.
the muralist?
These are our two representatives from the class, Elvia Aguilar and
Stand
Hannah
up,
Husby.
please. Yes, I love it. Thank you. And the muralist, Sarah, was
Kylie Justice.
Kylie Justice.
She's a local artist, and I believe she's done several murals downtown as well.
Right.
So her work is recognized throughout the city.
So exciting. Okay, well, thank y'all so much. Congratulations. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, great. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, great. So we'll move on to section K, and that is our legislative update. Do we have Tammy here, Mr. Zanoni, or online?
I believe she's on the phone. Let's double check here. Tammy, you on the phone? We may have to come back to
Okay.
her. Yeah.
We can come back.
Track it
Let's
down.
move
Okay.
on to section M, public hearings, item number 21. So item number 20, pardon? Oh. Item number 21 is an ordinance authorizing a wastewater lift station, gravity and force main line construction and reimbursement agreement for up to $2,041, roughly.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. The ordinance before you is to authorize the wastewater lift station construction and reimbursement agreement with Mastagashi Investment Trust for up to $2,041,201.17 to construct a new wastewater lift station gravity force main for the purpose of residential and commercial development located west of US Highway 77 along County Road 52. Next slide, please. This slide is an aerial overview of the proposed subdivision property and the location of the proposed lift station. River Ridge Unit 4 proposes 136 single-family homes on 38.75 acres, and the property is currently zoned RS6. Next slide, please. This slide shows the 256 acres that will be serviced by the new lift station. Along Highway 77, 30 acres of commercial to the north of County Road 52. West of that is 112 acres of low-density residential. Also along Highway 77, south of County Road 52 is 45 acres of high-density residential, and to the west of that is 69 acres of low-density residential. Next slide, please. This slide shows a portion of the Allison Basin Wastewater Master Plan service area. The lift station construction will include 200 linear feet of 15-inch diameter gravity sanitary sewer pipe, 1,900 linear feet of 12-inch diameter gravity sanitary sewer pipe, 600 linear feet of 8-inch diameter gravity sanitary sewer pipe, and 100 linear feet of new 6-inch force main. Next slide, please. The available trust fund balance as of March 31, 2021 was $1,772,500.78. The total cost of this lift station project is $2,061,200, less the credit of the lot and acres fees, which were $19,998.83, which brings the reimbursable amount to $2,041,201.17. The available balance in the sanitary sewer trunk system trust fund is $1,214,662.99, which will be appropriated, along with $372,704.89 transferred from the Water Arterial Transmission Grid Main Trust Fund, $83,339.25 from the Water Distribution Main Trust Fund, and $101,793.65 from the Wastewater Collection Line Trust Fund, transferred to the Sanitary Sewer Trunk System Trust Fund, appropriating $1,772,500.78 from the Sanitary Sewer Trunk Main Trust Fund. The remaining $268,700.39 will be appropriated and would be paid out as funds become available. Approval of this ordinance will leave the total trust funds balance at zero. Next slide, please. Staff recommends approval of the wastewater lift station construction and reimbursement agreement with Mastagati Investment Trust to appropriate $1,772,500.78 from the Sanitary Sewer Trunk System Trust Fund, and authorizing appropriation of an additional $268,700.39 will be appropriated in the future from the Sanitary Sewer Trunk Fund system to reimburse the developer when funds are available. I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Smith?
Thank you. So I guess the short of it, then, Mr. Raymond, the trust fund is now broke?
It will be if we approve this.
If we approve this today.
Yes, sir.
So anybody that's paid in looking for additional stuff on there, they're going to have to wait even longer.
Yes, sir. Approximately maybe 3, maybe 4 months.
Yeah. Mr. Zanoni, are we making any progress on the fact that we've had millions of dollars paid into this trust fund for future improvements, and we're bust? It's a bit of a concern.
So, Councilman, one of the most significant, I believe, for this community policy issues that the council approved recently was the impact fee study.
Yes.
And one thing that Raymond talked to the council about was the deficiency in how we're funding infrastructure. It's I forget that percentage or that dollar statistic you had.
About $34 million over about 40 years.
over 40?
Right.
40 years.
Yeah, so with the trust funds only generated less than $1 million a year for new infrastructure, rehab of infrastructure. It's not enough for a big city like this, obviously. So as we see today, the trust fund's empty, and we have a lot of infrastructure need that the development and other communities need to help pay for. So the study was approved by the city council. Our consultants beginning to, well, they have been working, getting
Correct.
existing studies, laying out a course of action. That'll come back to council within about a year, I think, Al, or how long is it? gonna take?
18 to 24 months, but I'll
Okay.
come back with updates as we go
Right.
through.
And so that new method, we're the only city, they did a survey across Texas and even looked across the country. We're the only city that has this type of trust fund system. We haven't found anything like it. What most cities use in Texas is the impact fee. And what that does is the city and the community determine where do we want growth and how do we pay for the infrastructure. That's water, wastewater, stormwater.
And streets.
And streets. And fees are assessed on the new development so that it's not existing homeowners and property owners that pay for future expansion in the suburbs, but rather the new homeowner, the new commercial person. So I think today's example that we see in this agenda item is just yet one more that demonstrates that the council policy decision was the right one in terms of moving forward with the impact fee.
Well, it kind of reminds me of the old saying, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Well, it looks like it is broke, literally broke on there. So I hope the fix, I'm just looking, we're looking 18 to 24 months, we got a gap. And so, the people have paid in money, it is a trust fund. And we've depleted that trust fund with it. So it's a real concern, particularly we're in a high growth time, and for those that have contributed in good faith on there's nothing there with it. I'm not saying this, I'm in favor of the project, and I'm going to vote to support it. It just shows that it is broke, and the trust fund is broke, and I hope we can remedy that quicker than 18 to 24 months. So thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. With regards to the trust fund, I know we've had some disagreements over the past couple of years in terms of how it's being used, specifically with the main trunk one going out on the island. But aside from that, we have projects that we approved that haven't been done, but the funding for that from the trust fund has been
Encumbered.
for it. So not all those projects have been started or have been completed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so when you look at terms of how money's going out, is it based on the project which gets done completed first, or how it was encumbered first?
It's in how it's encumbered first. When I come here before you and you guys approve a reimbursement agreement, that money is captured and set aside. And so as monies come into the trust funds and populate on a monthly basis, that's the balance that we present to you.
Okay, but what I'm saying is if a project is stalled for whatever reason and it's sit there with money encumbered for it, how long do we keep it that way?
It depends on what the agreement is. Some agreements are 12 months, some agreements are 24 months. Usually when the developer sees that his project is getting long in the tooth and he still has encumbered money that hasn't used, he requests for us to come before council and ask for an extension. And since I've been here, we've always given extensions, and that's, I know what you're saying, because there were like 3 or 4 times over the last year and a half that I came here for projects that had not started, that had encumbered money from both the city participation bucket and from the trust funds. And we've allowed an extension because of COVID and whatever else.
So going forward, this might be the opportunity to say whoever gets their project going first should get the funding, as opposed to sitting around encumbering it and waiting for extension after extension. We are somewhat in a high growth mode right now where, these houses need to be built. Well, we have industry coming in like Steel Dynamics and Exxon that, I don't know about you, but every house around me is sold within 24 hours. So I think Maybe is that a policy change that you need to make internally? Is that something that has to come from council?
I think that was something that comes from you guys, because that's written in the UDC that they can ask for extension, and you guys could.
Well, no. In terms of in terms of putting in line. I don't mind putting an extension, but that should put them back at the back of the line.
But when someone comes before you.
I get it. I understand what you're
They have
saying. I'm
money
just
already,
thinking
so-
if we're looking at prioritizing projects.
Well, that's a good point. I understand what you're
Okay.
saying.
If somebody's going to have to wait around and they're ready to break ground, maybe you pay for that project going forward first, and then those that aren't ready get pushed back. If we're looking at in terms of getting things off the ground, this is going to deplete I don't think it's even enough to cover it. So, looking at what needs to be done, you should start prioritizing who's ready to break ground first.
Understood.
I don't
And
know.
if
We'll
I
have to,
understand you correctly, you're saying before we come before you, we should prioritize
Right. And
who's
if you-
shovel ready and who's not, yes.
right, if they're coming to ask for an extension to keep their place in line, and it's going to be behind somebody else, maybe you should consider saying, well, we'll offer you the extension, but that you get put behind. Maybe you get
Understood.
an opinion on that. Something to think.
I'm sorry. I think, Mr. Risley, did you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, City Council has the power to effectuate that policy at the time that the extensions come before City Council. So the City Council has that authority.
Well, the reason I suggest this is because we're limited resources, right? Obviously, a trust fund isn't going to cover enough, and probably didn't expect the kind of growth that we're experiencing right now. It's a good problem to have, honestly. I'm not complaining about it. I just think if you're ready to move, and we don't want to be the reason why a project doesn't get off the ground.
Right, understood,
And so that's why I'm suggesting that.
understood.
So I ask that you, when you bring up extensions or for recommendations, see who's ready to break ground.
Do that vetting first.
Right.
Understood.
Thank you.
Now, that said, Mr. Raymond, right now, we're operating and have been in an emergency mode, if you will. It's a constant depletion, we owe you, depletion, hence the impact fee conversation and what we're moving forward on. So really, at this point, which is critical, moving forward, when 18 to 24 months?
Yes.
When that comes back, that's the time to really make a change and to stop this nonsense of, writing out prehistoric IOUs and really functioning like a progressive city. And I'm saying it very bluntly because it is unbelievable that we are in this situation and still are. And that's not, here or there. It's a big move, but that's why we have new leadership as well in terms of what you have already done. So could you just kind of give us a little bit of input on that? Am I on the right?
You are. This is all serendipitous. It leads into the impact fee study. But remember, on February 9th, when council approved it, it's a master planning of all of our primary infrastructure: water, wastewater, stormwater, and streets, roadways, and an impact fee study based on those approved master plans, right? And that's going to say, as Peter said, that's a very public process where everyone collectively puts in their input, and the city all agrees we want to grow this way, we want to develop this way, and fees will be, the impact fee study will look at that and say, hey, look, when a development comes in this area, their impact on all four of those areas is, X. And that'll come before council, as I said, in 18 to 24 months. We've had our kickoff meeting with the major departments: planning, public works, utilities, and I will be coming back to council every 2 or 3 months or so, just briefing you on where we are during the process. So it's still very in this beginning stages of it, but it is very important to the city, and I've got so far very good participation from all of my counterparts. So it's something that I'm looking to bring forward and putting before this body so that you can decide really how the city grows in the future.
Great. Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, these issues surrounding the trust fund have been going on for many, many years. I mean, I've been hearing about the trials of this and tribulations for a long time. So, Mr. Raymond, let me make sure I understand this. This particular lift station is going to cost approximately $2 million, a little over $2 million to construct.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Agassi is going to do that, and we're going to reimburse him to the tune of $1.7 million, and there will be an additional amount owed to them, which we will pay back through as our trust fund collections begin to go up. Is that pretty much correct?
Yes, sir. He'll be first in line. So even if I bring you other reimbursement requests vetted, of course, and you approve, that'll be second, third, fourth.
Okay. So Mr. Agassi will put up the total amount to construct this, and we'll just reimburse them.
That's correct, which I've had the conversation with him, but yes, it is what it is, right?
And this will deplete all the funds, is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so obviously we have a serious problem here we need to resolve, so.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, just one quick other question. Can you define for me in your presentation where it says low-density residential, can you define what low-density residential?
Just single-family homes, RS6,
Single-family.
RS 4.5, single-family homes,
Okay.
whereas high-density is multifamily.
Have we received any plats on this design
A
yet?
preliminary plat from River Ridge, Unit 4,
Okay.
which is RS6 zoning.
And what size lots are those?
RS6 is a minimum of 6,000 square foot lot.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we may want to discuss that. Councilman Lerman and I visited the site yesterday, and we have some concerns about having the density. County Road 52 is not designed to handle heavy traffic. And although it's called County Road 52, that is a city street. When the County Road 52 section between I-69 and County Road 69 was developed in partnership with the county, the city agreed to take that section over and be responsible for the care and maintenance. But it was designed to county specifications, which is 15 to 20-year lifespan max.
Understood. In my research, Councilman, the city owns the road from 77 to where the lift station is currently. There's an existing lift station there. The rest is county, although we maintain the entire road from 77 to 69, I think it is. But it's not a good road section. And in anywhere USA, when a developer comes in with a project like this, he would be required to contribute money to that road section and build it out to the appropriate access point. It just doesn't happen here, and hopefully, like we were saying in impact fees, that will be a commonplace thing so that you won't have to do this legwork because it just becomes the norm of how development happens, per se.
Okay, well, our Public Works Department is about to embark upon a little reconstruction project of that section very shortly. So should we be looking at that now, or should we be delaying that, Peter? Or, I mean,
Delaying the public works work?
yeah, I mean, if we're going to have the developer come in here and do a bunch of work.
Well,
But he's not required to, is what I was making. I was just making the point, he's not required to.
The developer's not required to?
No, he's not required to.
Okay, well, then
But
that's,
tomorrow he might be, but today he's not.
okay.
Yeah, Councilman, we were there yesterday with you, and I don't know if you noticed, but when we were leaving, the public works trucks were pulling up with the signage, and so
Right.
they've already begun. Oh, there's Richard
They're
there now.
fixing to get started.
Yeah, they were getting started yesterday.
Well, I don't want to stop that for any.
Oh, yeah, we know that has to be
It
done.
desperately needs
Yeah.
completion.
Right.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and open public hearing. Is there any public hearing?
There were no public comments submitted, written, and no phone-ins either.
Okay, great, thank you. So we'll go ahead and close public hearing now, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number 21. Great. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. We'll go on to,
Mayor, if you want to go back to the legislative update, Tammy's on the line.
oh, wonderful.
Yep.
Yes, go right ahead.
Tammy, you there again? She is. Just give her a
Is she?
second. Yeah.
Mayor,
There she
There we
is.
go.
Hi,
All right, Tammy.
can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Forgive me, I'm sitting on a bench in the Capitol, letting my computer charge because I'm out of battery. This is the week, first want to give you kind of an update on where we are in session. This is the week that will set the final universe of bills under consideration, at least with regard to House bills. This is the week that speed or slowness is either your friend or your enemy, depending on if you've got a bill waiting on the calendar to either pass or oppose. And right now they are well behind pace. Last night they ended about 2 a.m. and they had only gotten into the Monday calendar by about 5 bills. And they have spent this morning up till now working on the local calendar, and then they will go back and start yesterday's calendar. They already have a calendar set for today and tomorrow, and then by the end of the day today, the last daily House calendar with House bills will be reported by 10 p.m. tonight. So at that point, we will know what the possibility is for House bills under consideration. We are in close communication with our delegation this week on all of the bills that are under final consideration. And we have so far about 6 bills that we have concerns about that we are actively communicating about that are on the calendar either on yesterday or Wednesday. And then we're waiting to see what that Thursday calendar looks like. And then all bills for House consideration have to be heard by Friday. So at that point, if a House bill has not been heard on the House floor, it is procedurally considered dead. Senate bills have a longer life, and what you're seeing now in hearings are Senate bills and House hearings and House bills and Senate hearings. Still watching a few things on the big topics of conversation that are still ongoing include the bills that would penalize cities for quote unquote defunding their police. There was some unusual developments in on that particular issue last Thursday. The cities have been working very closely with Senator Huffman, who is the author of SB 23 on that subject, which is the central bill on the Senate side on that topic. We do still have some concerns with that bill, but it is a much improved version over what was introduced initially. And we submitted written comment in a House hearing on that bill last Thursday, neutral position, just asking for a couple of more improvements to the bill. The big surprise on that one is that in the House, a committee substitute was offered that would now only make that bill applicable to counties. And it would apply to counties over 1 million in population. HB 1900 is considered the top bill in the House. We have a lot of concerns with that bill. It passed the House last week and will go on to the Senate for consideration. That bill is capped to only apply to the top 11 cities in the state. So we will continue to work hard in the Senate and through the conference process to try to improve both of those bills. And we still would prefer to see SB 23 be the final vehicle on that particular topic. The taxpayer-funded lobby issue still hangs out there. The House bills filed on that subject never were reported out of committee. So it will either be SB 10, some form of SB 10 or SB 1879, which is a transparency bill. And we are waiting on House State Affairs to set a time where they will consider those bills. And of course, we will be alerting y'all when that happens. The Port Economic Development Bill was not reported out of House Transportation, so it is effectively dead. The Senate bill never received a hearing. So we think that other than watching to see if there are attempts to amend that onto any other legislation, and that could still happen. I mean, that can happen up till the last day of session. But procedurally, the bills themselves are effectively dead in the process. And then the other big bill yesterday on the House floor that affects cities is HB3, which creates a statewide pandemic management plan. And that bill really took flexibility out of the hands of local government. We had filed neutral comments on that bill when it was heard in the House committee early in session, and expressed a concern for local governments to still play an active role in that process. And this bill not only limits the hands of local government, but also the governor, and creates a more active role for the legislature in the process. And that bill was loaded up with maybe 15, 20 amendments last night that added different carve outs for things that either cannot be closed. There were some amendments that failed, but it was a long conversation on the House floor last night. And that bill effectively, I'm not sure if there is the only power that cities essentially would still have is to declare a local disaster that would allow us to a local pandemic disaster that would allow us to draw down federal funds. So it really does. Cities would still be the conduit to implement governor's orders, but it really would take away the flexibility of local innovation and local declarations for a pandemic. That bill will now go to the Senate, and we will see what happens with that bill as it makes its way to the Senate. We did have a really good victory last week on HB 1869, which would have affected the way that non-voter approved debt is calculated in our tax rate. And we were able to get an extension or an exemption for all taxing units in Nueces County. And through working with our counterparts across the bridge, we also, through working with the city of Portland and Representative Lozano's office, Representative Lozano offered a exemption that would exempt San Patricio County and Claiborne County and the other two counties in his district from the bill. So effectively all taxpayers or all counties that we have any taxpayers in, those couple that we have in Claiborne and those couple that we have in San Patricio, Corpus Christi is fully exempted out of 1869, and we will be able to continue using COs as we have in the past. Some of the bills that we're watching on the House floor this week deal with our ability to regulate state license holders. We don't really regulate state license holders, but we do have some important registration programs for several different types of contractors. Very important that we maintain the ability to have those registration programs because it allows us to monitor bad actors in our community and is especially helpful in times of disasters to make sure we have reputable contracts working in our community. Some other issues deal with some development services issues, and a positive bill that is moving through the House process and we hope continues to move in the Senate on Wednesday's calendar is HB 442, which would allow an opt-in program to reduce the prima facie speed limit in communities. This is one of the big tenets of the Vision Zero initiative that Council adopted about 1.5 years ago, and so it has been a positive thing to see that bill move through the process, and we are working to make sure that we don't, that we try to block some additional shot clock type bills that would affect our development services process and make our development services process more difficult to manage. So with that, I will take any questions that you have.
Councilman, any questions? I don't see any. Tammy, thank you so much. You do? Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, Council, and Peter, I received a call yesterday from a constituent who's is a gentleman who is has a great deal of knowledge about water resources and that sort of thing, and he had a concern about HB 4146, which was a bill that had been introduced 2 or 3 times. I think Tammy said at least three other occasions.
Twice.
Is that right? 3 other occasions in the...
I think twice before.
Yeah, twice before now by the Nueces River Authority, and it has gotten a little more traction this time, but he was concerned that this legislation would not be good for us. Tammy thinks that, I had a discussion with her via email last night, and she thinks it's good legislation, but I'm going to ask him to put them in contact with Tammy so he can give his concerns to her, and maybe we take a closer look at that and make sure there's no hidden impact on our water supplies there. Because this has to do with some controls of what they do on the headwaters of several of the rivers and tributaries that come down and drain into our water system.
Watershed.
Yes.
So just to expand on that, the bill that Mr. Pesley is talking about is HB 4146. And as he mentioned, there has been a couple of iterations on this that have been attempted before. What this is trying to do is protect the pristine streams that are kind of at the headwaters of the watershed. It would protect stream segments on the Upper Nueces, Upper Frio, Devil's River, and I believe the Upper Sabinal. What it does, it creates a very strict limit, and it creates a very strict water quality standard that limits the number of stream segments involved in this. And that's how it's narrowly tailored. Some people argued on the House floor that this would have an impact on development statewide, and it wouldn't, because there are only a minute number of streams that meet the phosphorus level that is involved in the bill. It required for this bill to apply over the last 10 years, over 90% of the water quality the water quality samples have to meet a total phosphorus level of below 0.06 milligrams per liter. And so that is a very, very small number. And all of the stream segments happen to be in the upper hill country. They are trying to protect both the beauty and water quality. That is a huge economic development for that area, not only, but it also is the top of the watershed for what drains into to Choke Canyon and down through Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi. We did not register a position on this bill, but we did know about the bill and knew that Nueces County or Nueces River Authority has worked on this bill in the past. It is my understanding that they have spent a significant amount of time over the last 2 years since the last legislative session, working with all of the stakeholders that had opposition to this bill. And I think that is why you saw a bill that was finally able to make it through the process and pass the House floor yesterday. It will still have to go through third reading today, so you may still see something different on that bill. But I think they're happy with where they are in the process. But as I said, it has a very narrow standard that applies to just those segments up in that area of the state.
Well, I appreciate your update on that for everyone, but there are some concerns by groups about how this would impact development and So we want to make sure that we understand it completely. So Tammy, I'll put you in touch with the gentleman I spoke with so he
Okay.
can better explain his concerns.
Okay.
The only other question I had was in reference to.
And I would also add, there is an exemption for municipalities and river authorities in that bill. So municipalities could be authorized to have discharge in that area and authorized discharge in those areas.
Okay. Okay. The only other question I had was in relation to HB 1698 and its companion bill, SB 781, which would raise the license fees for everyone in Nueces County. I understand that made it out of the committee in the House. Do you know where it's at on the Senate side?
The bill never received a hearing in the House or the Senate. It may have gotten a hearing in the House, but it did not receive a hearing in the House or in the Senate, and it will not receive a hearing in the Senate. That bill was amended onto a similar bill that was relating to another county on the House floor last week. But that effectively remains dead in the process because that has to go through the Senate Transportation Committee, and the Senate Transportation Committee chairman is fundamentally opposed to those types of bills. And not, to my knowledge, not a single bill on that topic has gotten a hearing in the Senate Transportation Committee this session.
Okay, very good. I had several calls from commercial industry who's concerned about the increase in license fees for trucks and, you know, all the things that they use, and this was going to impact Nueces County significantly. So thank you very much, Tammy.
Yeah, that has definitely been one we're watching.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. Tammy, thank you very much for the update.
Okay, y'all have a great day.
Thank you too. And we will move on to section N, individual consideration items, items number 22 and 23. So item number 22 is a resolution authorizing a 2-year service agreement with Hub Parking Technology USA, Inc. of Houston, Texas, in an amount of $170,517.93 for installation and upgrade of the parking operations data park equipment at the Corpus Christi International Airport. And Mr. Collins, are you making a presentation on that? Or?
Kevin's here somewhere.
Okay.
Should be. Okay, here he
Pardon?
is. Mhm.
Okay. Great.
All right, Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi. My presentation got in a little late, so I have handouts for you guys. How's the best way to get that to everybody?
Give it to the secretary.
Pardon my manners. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Yes, so this technology is going to upgrade our parking equipment. It's going to add quite a bit of features that we don't currently have today. The big thing is our pay-on-foot machines. We'll have one of those in the baggage claim. We'll have one at the main crosswalk going to the parking lot, and then we'll have 3 at the exit to the parking plaza. This will allow customers to pay while they're waiting on their bags. They'll be able to pay for their parking, and we'll have a separate lane just for prepaid tickets. So they'll be able to exit that parking lot very rapidly. For those that don't bring their ticket with them and leave it in their car, they'll still have the opportunity to pay at one of the machines, either cash or credit card. So it'll take away some of the labor that goes on out there today. So we're really excited about those. The other features, we're getting license plate readers at all entry and exit points. And this benefits us in a lot of ways. Our Purple Heart recipients, for example, when they exit the parking plaza, it's free. And so we're able to put their license plate in the system, And when they pull up to the parking gate, the arm will go up automatically, and when they leave the parking lot, it'll go up automatically. So there's no tickets to pull, there's literally no interaction with employees for anybody whose license plate we enter into the system. So that could be, you know, whoever we want to or need to, potentially, city council, but our board members, you know, it takes a manual validation every time we have a board meeting. So it's definitely going to speed up the parking process. We have commuters that pay a monthly fee that work for the airlines. We have about 56 of those. And so we'll do the same thing with them. So it'll really limit the interaction with people. It will also have display monitors at the exit that will clearly spell out what the what lane to be in, whether you're going to pay cash, credit, or a prepaid ticket. So it should move the lines a lot faster at the exit point. We're exploring some technology to possibly put after you exit. So if for our service members, maybe we could put a message up that says thank you for your service as they're driving out. So we're kind of thinking about ideas like that for the future. But right now, this money was set aside in an escrow account. And if we didn't use this for parking upgrades, it goes back to the company that was working our parking lot previously. So we wanted to make sure we got the upgrades that we were deserved. Any questions on that?
Nope.
Super. And then the second part of this is our TSA screening equipment that's in the lobby. This is basically phase one. We're going to be removing United and American's, they're called CT80 machines. They're the big x-rays out in the middle of the lobby that they put in after 9/11. Two of them will be going behind a unused, it's basically a shell space. It has no HVAC, it has no electricity, so we're going to have to really redo that space to get it up to TSA standards. But we'll get them out of the lobby, and it'll be a lot easier for our customers to queue up in front of those ticket counters. So if you look at that last picture, you can see when United runs those charters, the queue goes out all the way down to the Southwest ticket counter almost. So this will allow us to utilize that queuing space a lot more, spread customers out a little bit easier too. So any questions on that one?
I'm sorry, passengers won't be required
Actually-
to carry their bag over to have it screened now like they currently do?
So they won't for American in phase one. For United passengers, they'll still have to carry it over to basically the ticket counter right next to where they are today.
Okay.
So it's not any further than it is today, but at least we get rid of, American's customers won't have to carry theirs because their bag belt is integrated. We are looking at a long-term solution that will have a full inline solution. So once the ticket agent puts the bag on the belt, it'll go behind the wall and nobody will see it again but TSA.
Okay.
But that's down the road and a lot of money.
Okay. Good.
We've
Thank you.
got some lights on here. Councilman Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, Peter, I'm really glad that we're making this investment and these improvements into our parking meters here at the airport. Something similar I had sent you a year and a half maybe, it's been, where I had forwarded you information along with Alyssa at the Downtown Management District, where I had talked about maybe installing a smart meter system throughout the city where we have our parking meters. But I am glad to see this moving forward, and we're getting some aspect of that at our airport. But I'm looking forward to future improvements throughout our city.
Yeah, Councilman Molina, we, that's next on our list. So parking right now is managed by our police department, and it's another function that really doesn't belong in the police department. So most recently, we removed code compliance and animal care, freeing up more police officer time for community policing. So the next thing that we're going to be working on is parking. We know that's downtown, North Beach, system-wide, it's an antiquated system. It's a mix of different systems. We can't even buy parts anymore. There's meters where there shouldn't be, and there's no meters where there should be to control turnover in parking. So that's coming soon, probably before the end of this fiscal year, we'll have a solution.
I'm really glad we're moving forward with this, so thank you all.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And Peter, I'd like to also, I guess, emphasize something you just said, and we've been doing it, and I urge you to continue, and we may be done, hopefully, but we had police officers in, many areas that they didn't sign up to work at animal care. They didn't sign up to work parking or some of these other things that they don't, we need them on the streets in the community. So thank you for that. And please continue if there are other departments that we need to streamline our police officers back where they should be.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I know you added this CIP page onto it, but I'm curious as to why this wasn't on the CIP earlier. I mean,
Councilman for the, okay.
Councilman Hernandez, this project has been in our plan, our 3-year plan, for some time, even prior to Kevin and I's arrival. This project was brought forward and accelerated because of the acceptance of the CARES Act funding from the FAA in response to the coronavirus crisis, and so we were able to use some of the funding from CARES Act to accelerate this project here.
I see that where you got the funding from and the acceleration, but if it's been on your plan for 3 years, it wasn't in here. So I was kind of surprised to not see it, and because it seems like a pretty intensive thing to put together with all the improvements you have to make to that space, as well as this. So did it just not get from your offices to, I guess, to Camille, or?
Respectfully, I think it was before our time. We didn't know it wasn't in there, to tell you the truth. When we arrived, we were told it was, the CIP had already been submitted. So I don't know, I don't know why it didn't make it in the book.
Okay. I guess where right now is everything for CIP projects was due last week. Is that correct?
Eddie, what did they do last week, you guys? We'll be meeting soon. Yeah, the answer is yes, Councilman. Yep.
Okay. I just, the thing is, I go by this, okay? Sure. Carry it with me all the time. Want to make sure I understand, because I don't know if you're on budget, over budget, under budget. It just kind of reflects what your contract was. So, in the future, please make sure you get that up and, so we can keep track of it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Kevin.
All right.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for progressing our airport.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve 23 and 24.
It's 22, right?
22
and 23. Yes, sir.
Sorry, 22 and 23.
Second to that. Okay. And just for the public to know, item number 23 is an ordinance awarding a construction contract to Teal Construction, Inc., Corpus Christi, Texas, for the Corpus Christi International Airport Transportation Security Administration Security Equipment Consolidation Project to relocate the existing TSA baggage screening equipment for transparency. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. Items number 22 and 23. Items number 22 and 23.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, so we'll go on to section O, which is first reading ordinances, item number 24, an ordinance annexing London Pirate Road, formerly County Road 33, and approving a service plan. Mr. McGinn.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning Department. This next item is an ordinance approving the annexation of London Pirate Road, or what was formerly called County Road 33. During the last two council meetings, we held the required 2 public hearings. At this point, we're now ready to take action on the ordinance. This annexation, as you're aware, is kind of the final step in implementing the interlocal agreement that we had with Nueces County that was approved last summer, which outlined costs to improve that road section along with the obligations for future maintenance. This is just a quick reference on the location. The road is just east of London ISD campus and north of Weber Road. Here's a closer look. You can see we've annexed quite a bit of property both east and west of County Road 33 and have several subdivisions that are underway. So you can see we've had a lengthy process here. This is kind of state law required, but we're kind of nearing the end here. So this is the first reading, and we'll be back again next week with that second reading. At this point, staff recommends approval of the ordinance. Be happy to
Mayor-
take any questions.
Thank you. Sorry, does anyone have a question?
Yeah, I have a
Move for
question.
approval.
Oh, I didn't know you'd moved.
Sorry. Okay, we've got a motion. Do we have a second?
Actually, there's some questions, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I
Yes,
heard
sir.
move to
Mr.
approve.
Hernandez had a question.
Yes, sir.
And Mr.
Councilman
Pesley.
Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. Just for formalities, the official requester for the annexation is the county, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, just want to verify that. Thank you.
Councilman Pesley?
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, I've been looking at this a little closer since it was originally brought to us, and we're about to get a request, and you may have already, I think you've already received a request to do another one similar to this. So the cost of improving this road that we're going to annex, can you kind of go through that, and who's paying for what, and how much is the city responsible for paying for, county, et cetera?
Okay. In this particular situation, County Road 33 existed, although, I mean, the definition of road, this was a very narrow, maybe almost driveway in a way. But it did provide access, which probably most critical to the new elementary school that London ISD built. And they didn't include road improvements as part of that school project. So that was kind of the driver of the agreement that we did with Nueces County, that we came together, and they had an estimate of about $400,000 to do that improvements, which was really just kind of an overlay and widen it slightly. And that was just to the back of the school site. And so that, it ended up coming in around $200,000. So there was some savings, and we got those savings back to the city of about $90,000. But again, it's kind of like a situation where, like Holly Road, east of Rodfield, Wooldridge, all were very similar to Slough Road, another example. Were all very similar to the conditions of County Road 33. And so the rules for development don't require a developer to upgrade that road section. So that's kind of what we were dealing with in the situation with the Brazelton project. And so at some point, there will be a need to improve County Road 33, just like there has been a need to improve Slough Road, Wooldridge, Holly. As you get more and more development, those projects, those roads have come through the bond program for improvement. So we're seeing that now. You know, we've had the development, you know, people lived with that situation, and then eventually at some point in time, it got to a point where you had enough density where you had to pull the trigger and improve that road. So I envision that will be very similar to what we have to do here.
So the $200,000 you're talking about to do the improvements that are required now, has that already been done?
Correct.
And the city paid for all of that?
We split those costs with the county. The county actually did the work, so that was included as part of their budgeting, but that work is done, yes.
Okay. So I still don't understand you. Did the county pay for half of it along with the city, or did the county's work pay for their half? Is that an in-kind contribution?
Some of it was labor, some of it was material, but the total cost was $200,000. I don't have that exact breakdown. We paid, I mean, the estimate was for $400. It came in at $200.
Okay.
So we paid $100K cash, and then the county contributed $100K, and that was a combination of labor and/or materials. I don't have that breakdown of.
Okay, can you get that breakdown and send it to me when you have a chance, please? And so what you're saying is that at some point, this road will require additional reconstruction work to make it suitable for what it needs to carry in the future. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the reason I'm asking the questions, I just want to make sure the city doesn't get stuck with the entire bill of, I mean, it's nice that we annex these, but I want to make sure the city doesn't get, have to swallow the whole pill here. If we're going to do these in partnership, we need to do a true partnership.
Yeah, Councilman Pusley, the subdivision to the right of the road, if you're driving down it,
Right.
that was annexed into the city. So it's all city property all around the road. and the staff a year ago, we should have said, look, if we're going to annex all around it, we need to annex the road too to make any sense.
Yeah.
And so nobody wanted to pay for anything. We finally got a chance to work with the county. Commissioner Chesney stepped up to the plate.
Right.
And so the short-term solution was get the road fixed. We did that with a funding agreement. The long-term solution is it's all surrounded by city of Corpus Christi limits at this point. It doesn't make any sense for it to be a county road.
Right.
And so that's what that's what the annexation action is to say, look, these city of Corpus Christi taxpaying residents, they deserve a right road. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilman Smith. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. Mr. McGinn, did we improve other sections of that road?
We haven't. We've only improved to the back of the school site, but Richard Martinez is working with the developer there on a solution maybe to fix the remainder.
Yeah, okay, so it's in the works then?
Afternoon, Councilman Mayor. Yes, it's in the works, and we're going to be using material that we have already since we've been milling many streets in the city. We've got a stockpile of material to use for base, and so again, with the alternative of the developer only having to add 2 pieces to a road that's already very narrow and in bad condition, we felt it was better for us to be able to go back through, bring in the material, and the developer pay for the asphalt to go back on top of that.
And is the developer participating in that?
Yes, the developer is
Okay,
participating.
So they are working with the city, even though they don't. And to Mr. McGinn, in the past, the city did require developers to do on collector streets. When did that change, do you know?
Well, in my time with the city, and this kind of goes back to a point Al made, if there is no road, if there is nothing there, there is a requirement that they do contribute half of a collector.
Mhm.
If there's actually a paved surface there, there is no requirement to do anything. So
But
that's,
prior to your time, there was some requirements. I know back in the 90s, 80s and 90s, that I don't know when the time was that developers were required to participate on collectors, existing collectors on it. But we don't know when that ended, and now we've come to, okay, you find, like you said, as long as you can basically get a four-wheel drive vehicle down it, then it's considered a road, and they're not required to be part of it.
correct.
And you know, Slough Road is a great example, where the guy, how much inconvenience did we do to the residents on there, because everybody built around Slough, and then we're rebuilding Slough, and even more inconvenience with it on it. Is this something that, I know we just prior talked about the 18 to the 24 months, but is there any stopgap that we could be looking at? We've done it in the past.
We can, let me see along the continuum with Al's work, how we can bring something sooner than later.
To Councilman Lerma and Councilman
Yeah.
Pusley's concern about the Cal Allen project. I
Yeah.
mean, we're just facing that right now. You've got just a crummy county road that Richard's going to doll it up a little bit, but once those ready-mix trucks get running down there and everything else, it'll just tear back up, and it's a narrow section anyway. You get all that traffic coming off of it, and boom, we're back to the Slough Road. You know, we spent money on Slough trying to keep it going as it was torn up, so we're going back to the well with this inefficiencies. Anyway, okay, that's it. Thanks.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, I wanted to clear something up here. This section of road sits in front of the school, both the old elementary and the new elementary of London. And I think this goes back to some of our issues with some of the ISDs in town, where they'll build something somewhere and then expect us to do the infrastructure around it. Slough Road, Colda Elementary, for example. This one specifically, London ISD, based on the property they had, built that elementary school on a road that really couldn't support it. And they did nothing except extend their driveway to the road that was there. Now, I understand they're limited in budget as well, but they also create the problem that they end up putting on us. So it was a section between where the city annexed and where Highway 43 is, or Weber, that goes out in the county, is the section that we're annexing. And because of where it's situated, the road improvements by the developer would be beyond this section. So this is what, we're kind of the conundrum where we annex an area, but the way to get to that area wasn't annexed, and it was going to be this county road. And this is, as a matter of fact, me and Peter went there before he actually even started, right? To discuss it. So I understand the situation, and we're actually taking responsibility as a city. I mean, we're taking that responsibility, but I think there's a lot of people here that could have helped and supported this. One being the school district, London ISD, and the other the developers. So, now that we're looking at, I guess, County Road 52, that is going to be another slough road. It is. So, maybe that's something we need to look at the UDC in terms of changing what requirement is, or at least a portion of it.
Yeah, that's a
Or
study
at
that
least
we're gonna do.
the improvements for stormwater.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't spend, $14 million in stormwater every year?
Yeah.
Well,
we need more.
16 million, but if you take out the internal services, it's 14. So, looking at it from that perspective, we got to have some. It can't just be all on us, right? We got to have some help, especially if they're the ones going to be creating the problem. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Mr. McGinn, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I will entertain a motion to approve item number 24.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Right, and I think we can do this last item, number 25, and then break
Yeah, this
for
is-
lunch and then our
Right.
executive session.
That'll be good. That's a quick briefing.
Absolutely.
We're going to pass out, here.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilor. Heather Hurlbert, Director of Finance. So we're going to talk about I wanted to go ahead and provide a briefing on the American Rescue Plan Act. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the American Rescue Plan Act was signed into law on March 11th, 2021. So this is part of the stimulus, the continuation of the corona relief that is being provided through the federal government. The total package was totaling $1.9 trillion, in funding, and it includes $350 billion for the state and local governments across the United States. The city of Corpus Christi expects to receive $68.77 million. The funding period opened today. We have applied through the portal yesterday, and so we are expecting to receive at least half of that funding within the next couple of days. So the highlights of the American Rescue Plan, which is the total $1.9 trillion package, includes aids for our state and local fiscal recovery, which is what the funding that we're receiving will be falling under. It provided emergency rental assistance, education stabilization funds, transportation and infrastructure, low-income water and energy assistance, emergency paid sick leave credits, small business assistance, along with direct stimulus payments, which have been distributed to citizens directly through to the individuals. Next slide, please. So looking at the state and local fiscal recovery funds, as I said, they allocated $350 billion, which was allocated to mitigate the fiscal effects stemming from the public health emergency. As I stated previously, the city of Corpus Christi expects to receive $68.77 million, and Nueces County will be receiving $70.26 million. The funding will be released in two tranches. The first tranche of half, about $34 million, we will receive within the next couple of days. And then we expect to receive the second tranche of money in May of 2022. Per the original bill, the funds were to be used by December 31st, 2024. They did release the guidance from the Department of Treasury yesterday, all about 150 pages. I have briefly scanned through that to get some of the highlights. And so what it did say is that that 2024 deadline is not a hard deadline. Unlike the Corona relief funds where we had a deadline where the funds had to be spent, that will be that we need to have plans in place and those funds committed by the end of 2024. And then we will have another 2 years to wrap those projects up and provide the reporting on those projects. So by the end of 2026. Next slide, please. And so what was provided to us through the bill, which is now, we've received more guidance as of yesterday, was just some broad definitions of how the funds could be used. So the first was to replace local government lost revenue. And in the guidance that I read through quickly, they're using a base year of 2019 as our base year. So they have a complex formula that we'll go through to determine what lost revenue we have. It's to be used for COVID-19 related expenses. We've had a lot of different funding sources. We just received $18 million that the health department brought forward today to help with that with COVID reliefs. And so there are some other funding sources that we have. It's to provide assistance to small businesses, households, and nonprofits that have been affected adversely by the pandemic. Aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. And those three businesses or three industries were specifically mentioned in the original bill that was passed. Water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So the sewer does include wastewater. So stormwater or wastewater, we break those into different segments, but underneath this interpretation, sewer is considered wastewater and or stormwater. And underneath those infrastructures, they're using the parameters that it is to improve access to clean drinking water, to improve wastewater and stormwater systems, and provide high quality broadband service to citizens. And so it does look like that they're going to be basing those infrastructure projects for things that will qualify under the Clean Water State Revolving Funds program and the Drinking Water State Revolving Funds program. So those are some of the similar programs that we've participated in through Texas Water Development Board. And then support for essential workers. In looking at the programs and services, the qualifiers are that it needs to respond to a public health emergency. It meets a need of a negative impact. It addresses a need of a negative impact, and it responding to the harmful consequences of the economic disruptions caused by the pandemic. Next slide, Lee. So as I mentioned, we have received money along the way through different programs. Through the CARES Act, which was passed in March, I believe, of 2020, we've received for different programs about $26.9, almost $27 million. And those funds have been, the largest one was for the Corona relief funds, which the city had about 14. We were awarded 17 million. A portion of that we gave to the county for some of their relief efforts. And so we had 14.1 million that we retained to offset the expenses incurred by the city. The airport also has received a large portion through the FAA funding and other funding of 6.5 million. Municipal court, public safety, parks, and then CDB have received funds through various programs. And then CDBG, or the ESG programs, have received almost $5 million. And those were through funds that were appropriated through the CARES Act. Then in December 2020, the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation Acts, which is a lot of words to say, was passed through the federal government in December of 2020. And through that, we are anticipating to receive at least $31 million. So the airport, again, has received about $2.7 million. The health department is receiving about a total of $18.6 million. And of that $18 million that was brought forward today was funded through the CRRSAA. And then grant monitoring is going to be bringing forward an additional grant for rental and utility assistance, emergency assistance, totaling almost $10 million, and that'll be coming to council over the next couple of weeks. And then there's other funding that we've received, about $3.2 million, and those are for various things that have come through other agencies. So when you look at that, including the $64.7 million that we're anticipating to receive through the ARP, or the American Rescue Plan, the city is expecting to have about $126 million that has been received for aid to help us through this, the pandemic and the effects of that. Next slide, please. So, we had preliminary guidance, those broad categories that have been given. And so the executive team sat down and really started brainstorming, along with input from city council members, on what kind of putting together a potential list. We have not vetted these projects against if they're eligible or not, so this is just our starting point to how the money can and should be used. We focused on one-time or non-recurring expenses. Since this is not a recurring revenue line item, we wouldn't want to incur something that would need to be included in the budget in future years. We looked at high-impact quality projects, projects with minimal lead times and short implementation timelines, so we can ramp these up pretty quickly and get them done within the time period. Also looking at projects that are within those city initiatives or focus areas. What are those things that are always number 5 or number 6 on our top 5 list? And then projects to support recovery or minimize future costs to citizens. And as we go through, we'll continue vetting these projects. We'll look at the guidance and interpretations provided to us by the experts. Like I said, I've skimmed through the 150 pages, but I'm not by any means an expert, and so we'll depend on some of those people that we look to help us interpret that guidance. And then we'll also work with our peer cities to see what they're proposing, to see how our programs, lay in line with them. Next slide, please. So one of the eligible expenses is to replace lost revenue due to COVID. And so based off of fiscal year 2020, just looking at our budget actuals, we had a gap of about $9.9 million. Now, their formula is actually based off of a base year, which is 2019, not based off of what we budgeted. And so we'll run that calculation, and we can continue to have lost revenue replaced through 2024. And so that is something that we can put some funds aside to continue seeing, help replacing that lost revenue. Next slide, please. And then looking at the potential infrastructure projects, we broke these up into kind of functional areas. And so the first being the tourism and sporting. We included on the list improvements to the marina, some funds for outdoor dining requested down by DMD for downtown, seawall lighting upgrades, golf course improvements, repairs to Packery Channel, and then looking at a regional sports complex.
And Heather, can I just, if you notice on the table on the chart, there's two tranches of money, so like the marina, $5 million in year 1, $5 million in year 2. You'll see that in each one of these tables.
Yes, thank you. Then looking at public safety type projects, possible funding for construction of fire station number 3, funding for the new police training academy. I believe the police training academy, and I think the fire station we have as a possible CO project, and so we may be able to use this instead of issuing debt for it. Development services and fire admin facility renovations, and then fire and police equipment. Then moving into our water, wastewater, stormwater, and our broadband, those infrastructure projects, looking at North Beach drainage improvements, water line replacements, wastewater lift station upgrades, citywide stormwater projects, city website and online payment and system upgrades, and an expansion of the fiber infrastructure that we have across the city to help support more robust broadband. Next slide, please. Then moving into our parks and recreation type projects, looking at park security enhancement, Levante Park expansion, our Ocean Drive and Bayfront Parks amenities, along with citywide park amenity replacement, possible new dog parks and splash pads, Northwest Corpus Christi project, city pool renovations, Bob Witt Park and parking lot improvements, and Oso Nature Preserve. And then looking at just some general governmental type projects is the litter critter rollout dumpster project, city vehicle replacement across all departments, a central library assessment of lighting, signage, and beautification, central library third floor rehab, LED lighting replacement, and residential street improvements. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of the dollar amounts and totals that we were looking at within those different categories. We know that these are significantly more, total significantly more than what we will receive in funding. But the next step with this would be go through and vet this against what's going to be eligible and what's not going to be eligible to be used under those funds, along with that council input on other things that we may want to include on this list. But it does give us a starting point. We want to make sure that we're getting started on these projects sooner than later, and so we wanted to go ahead and put this list together so that we had a place to start from. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what are our next steps? We're looking for that first tranche of money to be received within the next day or so. We did receive the guidance from the Department of Treasury yesterday. Like I said, we skimmed through it, but we're waiting for more interpretation. We'll continue to interpret ourselves, and then waiting for more interpretation on allowable expenses, and then follow up with any questions or need for clarification we have with the Department of Treasury. We'll incorporate any council feedback into our proposed projects, and then bring those lists back. We'll vet and rank those based off the feedback and how those expenses are allowable or not, and then bring a final project plan back to council for adoption no earlier than June 15th to give us about a month or so to go through this and bring this back to council. So that does conclude my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Councilman Martinez?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think these projects are great. You know, I think that that this American Rescue Plan Act is something that's going to be really helpful and really beneficial to our community. But looking at the community as a whole, we've gotten a bunch of letters and some comments regarding the need of our local nonprofits. The nonprofits have been hit really hard with COVID. It's affected fundraising, and a lot of them provide essential things for our community, services and other things. Is there any way that we can look and see if maybe there's a way to help some of the nonprofits with some of this money?
Councilman, Heather can add to what I'm going to say, but we have funded nonprofits in the prior council early on during the pandemic. We had a special allocation to help get them through the pandemic. A lot of the help they'll need financially is going to be recurring in nature, and so these funds are, in our estimation, are better used for one-time, because the one-time funds. So supplementing a nonprofit's annual recurring expenses with a one-time revenue source is not, may not be the best business sense, but we're mindful that a lot of these projects here have a spin-off effect in the community. So it's kind of the teaching how to fish scenario. You know, if we're making improvements in our infrastructure, there's less financial commitment that the community has to make in property tax and other revenues. So those are some of the thoughts that we've had. But maybe one of the most important ones is we have helped the nonprofits and the businesses. We were one of the first Texas cities to do that with several $1 million in assistance about a year ago. Heather, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add.
You know, it is something that is allowable within the act, but as city manager Zanoni said, you know, we have provided some relief to the nonprofits through this process.
Okay. Councilman Smith.
Thank you, Heather. I guess this really is the definition of a work in progress, right?
It is.
150 pages received yesterday on that. I want to go back a little bit on there. You mentioned on the Carissa, we have almost $10 million in grant monitoring, but is that's more than just monitoring a grant?
So yes, that is. So actually, grant monitoring is a department that would be responsible for it. This is actually the emergency rental utility and mortgage relief that will be coming forward. And so those funds are specifically for that.
Okay, so this is money that will be reaching out to the community, not sitting in a staff monitoring a grant thing.
No. This is going directly out to tenants, landlords. I believe there's mortgage, don't hold me to that, but this is the emergency relief funds that will need to be actually distributed by the end of 2021. So we're working to get a plan in place for that.
Similar to what we did in the original CARES Act, because like the city manager said, I mean, we were writing a lot of checks out of that original $14 million.
Yes.
Yeah, Councilman, that 9.8 million will come to council, I believe, next week or the week after, because we're going to use an administrator. We're going to source out the recruiting of applicants to get that rental assistance, because we don't have the staff in-house. They can guarantee a quicker turnaround time than we can. And so it's a less than 10% overhead assessment, but that'll be a contract that comes to council. It's either going to be next Tuesday or the following.
Okay, and I guess our experience from the first round of CARES on there that we're going to need some help because we had trouble getting that money out there.
That's correct.
And this is a much bigger pot than what we did before.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Sure.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. In looking at this from a practical sense, right? This is coming out of federal funding, and which is basically your federal taxes. So we're going to have to pay that at some point. My guess is in the near future we'll see federal taxes go up. That being said, since and I really appreciate they allowed utilities to be part of this, and if there's a lot of upward pressure on our utilities. We have our consent agreement with the EPA, we have our agreement with TCEQ, we have a lot of work on stormwater, and I mentioned earlier, we don't actually spend a lot on stormwater. Just to give you the numbers, about 77 million in water, 73 million in wastewater, and 16 million in stormwater. And as I recommended, several stormwater projects on there. I think in order to prevent us from raising rates and putting more burden on our citizens, or the people of Corpus Christi, a good portion of this, probably the majority of this, should go to utilities to keep our rates down and not only benefit us as a city, but also our ratepayers that pay our utility bill, pay utility bills for their services. And we already have some high utility bills as it is. I think that would be the best usage for this money. I know there's some other areas, parks and recreation, specifically public safety, that where we had loss of revenue, that would also be ideal. But if you're looking at direct impact on our citizens, it would be utilities, and that's where my recommendation goes. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone have any other comments?
Mayor, I do.
Yes, sir.
Heather, have we looked, are we planning to procure any assistance other than, I guess, other communities, or any professional assistance, I should say, as a professional that provides assistance to other communities, not particularly in this field? Have we decided that?
We haven't specifically discussed that yet. I think we were trying to look towards what type of projects we were going to do, and then at that point, how we were going to use the funds, and then at that point decide whether or not we needed assistance or not. So it hasn't been discussed yet.
Okay. Also, I want to echo Councilmember Martinez's comments. I do believe, though, that it would be prudent for us to look at nonprofits, as they are also employers here, just to see what resources that we can provide, and where, because we're receiving funds for, I guess, for revenue replacement. So I don't see why we wouldn't want to be able to provide that for Obviously, we could do that for small business, and I don't see why we wouldn't do that for certain nonprofits or specific nonprofits. I think if we allocated some funds, we could get, it could go a long way. The other thing that I know I've talked to Peter about in the past, not necessarily with these funds, and I know it's programmatic in nature, and therefore it may be creating something, but as I've indicated, the further west you live in the county or the city, then the lower your mortality is. I've said this before, that where I grew up, I think the life expectancy was 76 years old, and then my first house had moved up to 78. And now that I live off of Everhart in the 78413 zip code, it's 82. And consequently, the deaths were also in those regions. And that was because of lack of access to care. Now, I know that the health department is receiving $18 million. I just want to ensure that we provide some additional type of either education to those individuals, because in the event something of this nature would happen again, we need to ensure that there's something that will provide, I guess, support for individuals, so that way, or an understanding of how a process would work, so that way we ensure we don't have the same degree of, I guess, the same amount of deaths that we've had in the past. We just need to recognize that we need to serve that population. So that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, there being no other comments, I think we'll go ahead and break for lunch. Good. And then we'll do our executive session right after that. Yeah.
You want to read the executive session? Oh, after lunch, you'll read the executive session language, right? Yeah, because we're just going to eat lunch first.
I mean, I guess I could do it now. We could just
Might
go
as
right
well,
into it. Yeah, let's
yeah.
do that. I'm sorry, I didn't even think about that. Did I put my stuff away already? No. Okay, so the council will go into executive session on item number 26 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.074. Okay, adjourn for lunch. Okay, we are back from executive session, and there's no action necessary. So there being no further business, the meeting is adjourned.